I'll just go back to gallery and observe. Okay, so Saurav, for learning purpose for everyone, I would like to ask you that did you notice some shifts when you were in the first position before and after the game when you went into the same first position?
Yes, my context was managing my anxiety due to
Mm-hmm.
certain professional reason. When I did this exercise or the alphabet game, and when I went again to the first position, I was very much my state was much in a better state. I was breathing very normally. I was enjoying with the rhythm, uh, and everything which I had started, initiated when Kanika started me giving the instruction, and when I completed the whole game, and when I came to the first position, my shift changed for the better, right? I
Okay,
felt very
so
relaxed. Yeah,
good. You felt relaxed. Fantastic.
yeah,
So you felt relaxed and you had a shift in breathing.
yeah. My
Okay,
breathing, my, uh, you know, the
okay.
the
I want you not to explain this.
yeah.
I want you to access it right now.
Okay.
Demonstrate that to me that how was the shift.
So,
You continue doing,
okay.
don't
Yeah,
talk to
yeah.
me, just continue doing.
Can I
Stay in
speak?
it. I stay in it. No, I didn't ask you to. Stay there. And as I speak to your unconscious, you are speaking to your unconscious and say thank you so much internally to your unconscious. Unconscious, thank you so much. Unconscious, please take the responsibility to utilize this ecological state in my context. Can you please take that? Wait for the signal. Can you please take that? Let's wait for the unconscious, clean, involuntary yes signal this time. And as soon as you notice the signal has come in, just say thanks and leave it. Good job, Saurav. Thank you. Good job. And thank you to Kanika too. Good job. Very good job. What he has represented to all of you is the practice of the game for a certain context, which we pick up, number one, and then only doing a macro movement of that game for which you selected for that context, or you may not even think about the context. So how many of you, that's part number one. My question for part number one is, how many of you have practiced alphabet game for a context? Ritu, Nupur, Vinny. Okay, all right. So Nupur and Vinny, did you test going back to the rhythm? All right. Do it right away. Take a deep breath. Your unconscious knows how to recall that rhythm. Take a deep breath. Just relax. And ask your unconscious to put your attention. Ask your unconscious to put your attention to the rhythm. As soon as this happens, start making the macro movements like the way Saurabh was making with that rhythm. Start making those macro movements, how you would do the rhythm. Yes, you can stand, of course, if you want to. You can sit, whatever way, okay? It's your way. Yes, make those macro movements, get the rhythm fully. Breathe. And now make those macro movements micro, smaller. If it was this, make it small so that the breathing and the rhythm stays. Very small, tiny movements. Maintain the rhythm. Slow the micro movements means reduce the micro movements, but maintain the rhythm and maintain the rhythm. Reduce the micro movements and still maintain the rhythm. And you notice that you are in the rhythm, isn't it? And as you have this state with you, you ask unconscious, hey unconscious, please take the responsibility to utilize this state ecologically in any of the context which it matches and serves the intention. Unconscious, now the question, so that you wait for the signal. Can you please take the responsibility to utilize this state choice in my ecology to serve the intention in any of the context or a specific context, whatever you have chosen? Be very clear to what you're asking. And wait for the signal. After the responsibility frame, wait for the signal. As soon as you receive the signal, say thank you and come back. All right. So my question, few of the questions, okay, to Vinny Nupur. You were able to access that different state?
To some extent, not in entirety.
Okay, all right, fair enough. And this means that you are going to do the practice of the game. Okay, this means that you're going to build a very clean rhythm with the game. Okay, all right. And a clean rhythm means complete know nothing with just the rhythm. Okay, and take the facilitation of this with a coach, not by yourself.
Okay.
There is an intention. If you notice in the, first class when I was asking you to do the alphabet, when I was doing alphabet with someone, I was taking the person back, forward, remember?
Mm.
The intention is that one, I want the coachee to stop thinking what is happening. The coachee is not deciding this right now at this stage because we want the coachee to access, the person who is doing the game to access a state, a complete know nothing state where you don't know what's going to come. You're just going to do, and do. Nothing else. And yes, of course, you're enjoying with it. The reason of the coach taking you back and forth is that when the coach observes that there is a drop in the rhythm, then the coach takes you back. So the coach is very cleanly calibrating that if there is a drop in the rhythm, the coach takes the person back, back, back to letter, back to letter, back to letter, back to letter. Okay, back. Or if the person is in the rhythm, but it's like all the letters A to Y, all the letters, if we are doing wrong, but we are in the rhythm, it would not meet the objective of the game. Okay, so it's a very good balance which we are going to reach with the left and the right brain hemisphere. Some of them right, some of them may not be right. But yes, the most important part is rhythm. Then when the coach observed that, yes, I have reached to, like my coachee is reaching to the peak of the first condition, coach offers the second condition. That now something more can be done. And in the second condition, that second condition would decide whether the coach would go to the third or remain in the second. It would depend on many parameters, like how much state is falling. State is falling multiple times, I would get the second condition fair enough in a peak performance state, in a know nothing state. And I might just go back and forward. Back and forward, back and forward, back and forward, back and forward. That could be my third condition then. Okay. Coaches, all of you individuals here, this is not with respect to coaching at this moment, I would suggest. This is with respect to each one of you coming and practicing with each one, especially this alphabet game and one more game which we will produce, and a breath of life. Not we will produce, we will present you, and breath of life. You coming every Friday or take 2 days in a week, but now take it to a height. Practice this with someone. This is important. These games are not first, especially alphabet game and one more game which I will present, NASA, is not the game to be done by yourself first, okay? That was given to you just to get the rhythm in the few days, but now you would do it with someone for an intention, and then I will tell you how to do it with yourself, okay? The person who would facilitate the game with another person, in this case, we call them coach, coachee. When you would facilitate, if I'm a coachee and I'm playing the game, I am not supposed to think that now I have gone wrong and Ridhima will tell me to go back. because Ridhima might not tell you that time. Okay. This means the coach will give a surprise. May or may not. So the coachees left and the right brain hemispheres starts colliding. Okay, a very, very clean, optimized peak performance state, which can be reached when I am playing with the facilitator and my facilitator will tell me what to do. I will just follow the instructions and I'll keep doing and I'll keep doing and I'll keep doing and I'll keep doing until the person tells me what to do next, period. And I will enjoy. I'll do and I will enjoy both. Okay. All right. So when this I started discussing when Nupur was telling me that I was to the extent but not fully. That's one part of it. So which means that I can practice more. I need to practice this more. Another part to make a note is when we reach these, these peak performances and optimized states, like for example, Saurav, he quite to a very good extent, he a first time did something and a second time he had more deeper breathing when he got up. And it is good to not to remember, okay? So there was a shift which happened in the second time and etc. and deeper breathing. The intention I am telling you to put the attention to is when I have practiced a specific game and I know that I have a very good optimized, clean optimized state where I was nowhere, okay? All right, just for a day or two, that's all, nothing more. Just for a day or two, what I can do is I can just do in the morning a deep breathing, and then I can do a macro of the same game and observe that the same state is coming in. Then note this frame is about having state shifts whenever I want to, okay? A macro of it, then reducing it to micro, maintaining the same state and just calling into the same state, falling into there. And that's all. Now I know that I have a state and I can, in my day, I do this and I ask my unconscious that take the responsibility to utilize the psychological state in my context wherever you think it meets the intention. Thank you. And I leave it. I don't wait for the signals now too much because I know my communication is stronger. The very few times where I would, when the days I know that I'm not in that state. Okay. But at this moment in your practice, please wait for the signals for some time until you know that you have a very strong communication. How would you know that you have strong communication? You say something to it in the morning and things start changing at state level. At states level. This means that you have a strong team developing. Team development is happening. Okay, all right. Yeah. Whenever I am in a condition of my physical health, like in the recent months, October, November, or little in December, little in January, whenever I have had any physical health condition, I have really believed in doing my signals work. And I also have an experience, a very good experience when I would not do anything and I would just rely on medicine versus when I would just say, okay, unconscious, put my attention to things you want me to do, or fire the states which would help me to have these states, which would help me to put my attention to things which you want me to do and take care of my overall well-being. That's a separate frame which I will teach you. My intention here again is when I play a game, number one, number two, the next 2-3 days, I do a macro practice of it, coming to micro, access the state, and ask the unconscious, utilize it in my ecology, in the context, utilize the state ecologically in my context. It's a responsibility frame. It's a responsibility frame. And during the day or in 2 days, I would observe the shifts in my state. Then it is set. Okay. It's a process, and this process is going to make a difference. It's a lifetime process. I'm using this process from now 2018. 18, I was not knowing this process fully. I was told, but I was not knowing it fully. I kept discovering. I discovered this whole thing in 19 and 20 when I was mentored by John, and I'm very rigorously using, if I have to say rigorously, using from 2020, and we are in 25, and these last 5-6 years, yes, have been very different as compared to my basic NLP in India. Focusing on the process. Keep it simple. Don't complicate processes. Keep it simple. Context, disassociate, play the game, high optimized state, context, you disassociate from it. I am not going to do anything about it. It's a description. Okay, I need new state choices. That's all right. Context, disassociate. Second step, play the game. Third step, high optimized state. That's all I have. And then what do? I go in my context and I observe shifts. That's all. I observe shifts later after 5-6 hours. Not right now. अभी के अभी change क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? No, you're going to leave it. Okay? And mark it for lifetime. This is a lifetime thing. Be independent as individuals. It's a lifetime thing. I'm still continuously using it. Seriously, I'm telling you. If you just get this 2-3 processes clear, which we are going to revise multiple times, okay, it will help. So I gave you 2 things, very important to keep it in your bag. One, when you play the game, optimize it, and the next day itself, macro movements, micro movements, access it, and the responsibility frame. Make a note of it and keep it in front of you. And practice this for an entire 2 months. That's all you're supposed to actually do. I repeat, you play a game, you have optimized your performance state, you have optimized your states in that game. Optimized state means a know-nothing state. You next day or today in the evening, giving a 6 hours gap, whatever, macro movements, micro movements, access the state, responsibility frame. That's all.
Could you please repeat the responsibility frame?
Yeah, I will repeat the responsibility frame, how to ask responsibility frame, and write down after the responsibility frame, it's a testing frame. Okay? Testing frame means that in the next 2 days, I would observe what's my state about the context. I would not observe it in an hour. I would frame it. Let's say test. How do you test it? Okay, so the steps can be first leave it and observe the results after 2-3 days about your state. And how do you do that? How do you observe it? You come in a clean state and disassociate yourself from that context and see, is Pritima different about the same situation? Are these states different? States, what are the states? We are working at state level. Is she operating from a different state? You're going to ask these questions when you test. This is called test. Okay? Is the person operating from a different state? That's all. If you start operating from a different state, okay, it just takes care. So I will first speak about responsibility frame, then I will speak about different states. What is this different state? All right. So in your responsibility frame, we have done a practice session on Thursday on N-step reframing. The upload of that recording is already done. My request is please go and view that. Thursday, the date was 6th of Feb 2025. That's N-step reframing. We have done our process, and it would give you good insights. Now, there are some more parts which I will be adding on the same N-step reframing in next Thursday. Okay, there are parts which I will be adding, which means that there's some parts which is missing with purpose. There is an intention to do that. Okay, so let's meet on next Thursday for that process. Now, coming back to responsibility frame. Now, notice we are shifting to frames. States is of frame. Which state? What's happening? Yeah, description of a state. All right. And alternatives is a frame. Okay. And responsibility is another frame. All right. So the last statement which I have said to you all, that is, I access, I go in micro, and then I ask my unconscious, take the responsibility of utilizing this ecological state in my context, or in, I say in any context. I don't say in my context. I say in any context. There is a reason to it. Okay. Utilize this ecological state in any context to serve the higher intention. So I ask it. I don't say can you, but you will say can you. I request it. I say please do this. And I know my body gives my signals very fast. So it depends. You will start having this communication. So the frame is, I'll go slow now, and you can recheck your frame. The frame is unconscious. Can you please take responsibility of utilizing this ecological state in any context to serve the higher intention?
Can you please repeat
Unconscious.
it again?
Can you please, unconscious, can you please take the responsibility to utilize, can you please take the responsibility to utilize this ecological state in any context to serve the higher intention? Okay, so now notice, I'm going to break this down for all of you. We are asking, can you, which means the unconscious has uh, a choice. It can say yes, it can say no. Can you please take the responsibility? Isn't it? Can you do this? Can you switch on the fan? Yes or no? Yeah, right? Or it can be maybe too, but it's very confusing. So we are asking unconscious binary question, yes or no, and we receive a signal, yes, it's done. We receive a signal, no, okay. We can ask unconscious, can you take partial responsibility? Yeah, so we can use the word partial there. Now, if I use, not if, when I use the word partial, that could mean that the rest responsibility, which means partial responsibility, unconscious wants my conscious, which means a team, conscious, unconscious. Observe, conscious, unconscious. We are team. Saying that everything will be taken care. I will not do anything. Okay, you can check it and say, and doing it like I'm working with the team now. You check. Everything is about testing things, okay? You discover. That's the whole approach John wants you to do. All right? So you go and say, if you receive a no signal, you ask, okay, unconscious, thank you so much. Whatever you receive, you are acknowledging and appreciating. So you say, okay, unconscious, thank you so much. Can you please take partial responsibility? And the rest remains same. It knows this, right? Okay. So you wait for the signal. It says, yes, I can take partial responsibility. This means that it wants you to take another part. So how do you frame the next statement? And that really opens up your sensory awareness, your sensory acuity. It puts your attention to things which it has been asking you to do, but you might have been avoiding it, or you might have been delaying it, or you might have been giving excuses to yourself, or you might not know how to do it, or you might not be using your own techniques to do it, or you might just uh, taking it casually or whatever the reasons are. I don't know. These are some of the top reasons, which is just coming in from people experience. So it would start putting attention, and how the frame would be after the frame, can you take partial responsibility? The next frame is put my attention, unconscious, put my attention to those pictures, images, visuals. You're asking visuals, right? Put my attention to those images, visuals, pictures, or sounds, dialogues, external, internal. Put my attention to images and sounds, or list of things you want me to take responsibility of. You ask it very clearly. That's all. And you wait for all the images which it starts producing to you. Okay? Which it starts giving it to you, which it starts showing it to you. The frame is put my attention to all those images and sounds for me to take responsibility of. That's all. You start putting my attention now. I always ask it Please put my attention now. Can you? And I will wait for the signal for come in first. Can you do it now? So that I know that unconscious is ready to do it now. Please present those images and sounds now. Then I would ask it, you present it now then. It would start giving you the list of things it wants you to put attention to. You would start making a note of all those things which it is putting attention to. We will see if there is any specific person with whom it happens in the experience now. Maybe, maybe not. When it starts putting attention to things, you take my example. So when I was working with gastroenteric issue in 2021, right? And I went to many doctors. I was not healed. There was still a problem. The problem exaggerated to a level that I was having water, but I was puking water. And it was bad. And I decided that it's enough. We went to another doctor, and he said that there is something called endoscopy, in which there is, I think it is called endoscopy. It's long, and there is a film which goes inside you, and then it checks everything. It is done for GERD. And I said, no, wait, I don't think I need this. I need some time. And I came back from that doctor's place to home, and I did the process. I realized that I did not do the process very well, maybe, and I did the process, and I listed down whatever the images and sounds it was asking me to take care of. And because our mind is so smart and intelligent, it would start listing many things which is coming from external also. So one of the things was buttermilk, you know, and my internal dialogue was don't have buttermilk. But I asked unconscious. So there were lists. Let's say, for example, I'll make it short. Let's say, for example, I'm just reframing it for you to understand. Let's say, for example, it was giving me cucumber, buttermilk. It was showing me, okay, cucumber, buttermilk, dahi, water. Let's say it shows me this. Now, how do I decide what do I do with this? So I pick up cucumber and I ask my unconscious, is cucumber, having cucumber supports meeting the intention for my overall health and well-being, and I'll give you a word, and repairs the condition which I am going through at this moment. Will this do this job? It gave me a no. Okay, so this way it gave me a no to buttermilk, which was surprising because buttermilk and curd is considered to be taken whenever you are having any kind of challenges in your stomach, or acidic things, etc. And buttermilk is very good as per the doctors, and it was not working. So I reduced these three things. So basically, after you ask a question, please show me the images and sounds now. It would give you a list of things. And you would not just start jumping, which you can, we are normal human beings. We can become happy. We can go out of control. I'm also human. I may also go wrong in somewhere. So, our job is to list it down and ask unconscious one by one about each thing. Unconscious, I saw that you want me to do cat and camel. Is that what you want me to do for helping me to recover my health and well-being with respect to my back? Will this serve the intention? You wait for the signal. So it is asking you to take a partial responsibility to do that. You remember we started with a responsibility frame. We started with a responsibility frame and it says no. Then we ask partial responsibility. It says yes. We ask, okay, show to me images and sounds you want me to take partial responsibility. It gives you 3 images and then you list it down and ask unconscious, you list it down, and for each list which it is there, you ask unconscious about it one by one, not everything together, one by one. You're chunking it down cleanly and clearly. Okay? And this process is the most useful process, I mean, for anything you are going through in your situation. And yes, one thing is important to use this process is your clean unconscious signals and your clear intentions. If the intentions are not chunked properly and clear, then it's quite confusing, or it may not work if the intentions are not clear. Okay? This means you need to go back and revise or reframe your intentions. This discussion was to make sure that you are optimizing your states with your games, and then you are doing a macro micro of that state. You are asking a responsibility frame to the unconscious to take care that this state occurs in my reality. And if it wants you to take care of something, you have a list of things so that you're clear what you are supposed to do. In this frame, specifically at this moment, in this frame, just in this frame, you have any questions or any experience or anything which is coming to you?
Uh, Actually, ma'am, when I got a chance to practice with myself, I went to the context, then disassociate, then played the game, then there was a rhythm, high state, and then when I go in the context again, so what I can say is I kind of forget the things, and if I try to remember that, it is not giving me that stress or that previous state. So I think I can call that know nothing state kind of thing. After
Yeah.
after that, again when I observe the shift, it is at the same time or after some time.
Okay. All right. So what you are saying, first of all, I want to congratulate you, Winnie. You have really like given me the steps back exactly what I was, narrating. Thank you. This is a feedback that you have got what I'm trying to say. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good job. So your question is your question, uh, like, when do I test? Is a question like this, when do I test?
Hmm.
Okay, all right. Test, yes. So I was supposed to discuss the test frame. Thank you for bringing the attention to it. So let's discuss the test frame for everyone.
So
So,
what I could understand is, sorry,
hmm,
ma'am. I need this is the procedure only of the question. So what I could understand, this responsibility frame and these are the steps of ahead. After that, we need to continue with these steps. Is it?
Responsibility frame is the steps of ahead. Yes.
After that.
Let me explain test. How do you test it? Yes. How do you test it? So, uh, supposing even if you have not that, okay, the macro micro state and testing it responsibility frame and then testing it in the environment is one way.
Hmm.
It's an additional way. It's a way in which it is like highly optimized. It's like
Yes.
icing on the cherry on the cake. Yeah, all right. Although the cake is still having icing, which means that when I have played alphabet game and I have a know nothing state of that context, when I go there, I don't know what's happening. And I'm still, trying to think about the context, and that's not coming to me right now at this moment. That's fine. And if there itself I have to test, supposing I have to test in this frame, okay, how do I test? So overall, first understand the word test. Okay, so test simply means that, let's say for an example, that let's say for example that I asked my unconscious that unconscious go and tap into whatever I have learned with John about unconscious signals and present that in the moment when I am in the class, blah, 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 and I give a frame. Okay, all right. And I come out of my class, and in the evening, I notice a shift. I know that the class has been different than before. I just know it. That's all. Yeah, I know that there is a difference. So after a few hours, I know the differences very well. Okay. Another example, I ask unconscious, please take the responsibility to utilize the state the way you used to do, walking without having any internal dialogues. I was just testing this few weeks before. I wanted to do that, just forget anything so that my speed starts increasing. I'm working on my speed back again. And I noticed that I didn't know that I have come far, way far than what I was walking before. And I didn't know about it. I was completely zoned out. So that's a state for me. After a moment, I realized, not in the moment, I realized. After some time, I realized, and that some time could be anything, right? It could be a few hours, it could be a few days, could be anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine.
So that is testing. Now, testing can happen when I have played a game with someone and I have actually gone into the, a context. Like I play a game with someone I remember long back. I'm sorry. I think I think this was with Michael. Yeah, so we played a game and I picked up a context that I want to have different state choice to communicate with Rachit as he is growing. Yeah, and I picked up that context and I played the game, and I still remember that state was completely different. I know that. And I can now notice when I'm losing my state and when I'm in the state with Rachit. So most of the times I match and mirror and I'm in that state. Okay, all right.
Yes. Thank you.
So that's a frame of testing. So all of you, the testing frame is a very important frame. Now, something to learn from the testing frame. Shall I proceed in testing frame? Okay. So, Saurav and Ritu, you with me in the frames?
Ridhima, I have been on and off. Probably I'll have to
Okay,
spend
all
time on
right.
the
You can,
recording and then come back with the
yeah,
questions.
you can do that. You can
Yes.
do that. You are meeting some more intentions.
Yes.
So that's fine.
Thank you so
Good.
much.
You could be here. You could be here. You could spend time here and there both and managing it very well. So pat your back.
Thank you.
Good job. Okay. Good. All right. And Saurav, you are fully here. You are in the full all the frames I have discussed. Okay. Fayaz, you have got the frames I have discussed cleanly. Any questions till now?
No, actually, I lost the flow because there is a little more disturbance here today.
Okay, so you get the state back. How do you lose? Yeah, so how do you get the state back? Yeah,
Taking
change your
off.
physiology, breathe. Yeah, do it right now. Don't talk about it. Just do it. Forget that we are looking at you, you are looking at me. Forget everything. Doesn't really matter. And as you are there in that state, ask unconscious to take responsibility. Unconscious, please take the responsibility to shift me in the focus when I am, or keep me in the focus when I am learning in these classes. And Fayaz, you remember your unconscious is always listening. When you put the clear intention, unconscious, you keep listening and keep modeling, keep observing, keep taking in all the information, and unconscious, utilize this information unconsciously in my context. Utilize this information at a state level in my context.
God bless.
Say thanks to your unconscious. Thank you so much. Okay, let's continue. So the test frame, I have given you, I guess, enough examples of test frame now as well. That testing means that we go and check in the context. There is something which I wanted to share. One of the very important part on testing, one of the very important part on testing is there are times when you might observe that it works. You do have a shift. Okay. There are times in which you would say to yourself, I don't know, I have no idea. There are times in which you would also observe that any one of you observe that you have no shift. In the context, no shift, zero shift. No, nothing has moved. Nothing has shifted. Did you observe, Nupur or Vinny? Saurav? Yeah,
I
Nupur.
I was practicing the alphabet game on my own, and yes, then I did observe.
Okay, all right. So how specifically you were practicing, my dear?
I had a context and I dissociated from that, got into a clean state, and I practiced the alphabet game till I, got into a rhythm. And when I reached a know nothing state, maybe not a very clean know nothing state, that's when I entered the context. Maybe that's the reason. Yeah.
I appreciate your calibrations now. Very well. You can calibrate that it may not be a very clean know nothing state.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what specifically can you do so that you can do it by yourself also?
So one is, I think I'll do it at a time when I have time in hand so that I can get into a rhythm. What happened was I was hurrying. I knew I had this specific time and I need to complete it. So without getting into that clean state, I moved into the context. So first is, I think, having an ample time when I will practice so that I have enough time to get into that know nothing state. That's what I need to do.
Okay. So are there times when you would not have ample time? Would you also like to have state choices then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what you have given is a fair enough, alternative that you would like to practice it when you have time. And I would like you to also, after you practice it when you have time, the full rhythm, etc., when you do that for, it takes approximately 15 to 18 minutes, depends, right? 10 to 15 to 18. So after you do all of that, you sit down with yourself immediately and you do the macros and micros and macros and micros and macros and micros so that you have, and this is for everyone, so that you have a micro muscle memory of the rhythm. That even the moment you observe there is a shift and you shake it off, yes, you shake it off and you just make small little movements, sit down, breathe, and just make small little movements, reminding, and then it starts happening. Something starts shifting.
Sure, I'll do that.
Great, nice. So you do that, you have accepted it already, and will you please report that to me?
Yes, I will.
Nice, thank you so much. Thank you,
My
thank
pleasure.
you. I have done this in my own office spaces here and my home office and the other place which I have in Wakar. I've done it all three places. And to my surprise, my son yesterday was saying he came to office to study because me and my husband was discussing something at home for office. So we told him to go there, and he came back around 3:15, and he said, "There is something. I don't know, but there is something. I don't know. I completed 6 chapters so fast. What's there?" I said, "I also don't know." I didn't tell him. Yeah, but it's very interesting. Please take it seriously and do it. Yeah, and let me know. I will learn with you. Yeah? Thank you. Okay, I was telling you about test. I want to tell you about test more. So this was an example of test. Okay, Saurav, Fayaz, Ritu. Vinny, example of test is I have played, taken the context, went into the context. I have observed some shifts. Okay, fine. So I know that there is a shift which has happened. Would I want more shifts? I mean, why not? Let me discover more. This is my opinion. I'm not sure about you all, but this is my opinion. I want to discover more in this part. There are some more parts which can work. Yeah. Some more states which can happen. Or when Nipur said, I don't know, I didn't have a shift. Fair enough. Good. John Grinder himself says that if you are not having a shift, you come back to me. I have no problem with that. I want to identify how have you done the game. There are some loopholes, or maybe there are some things which you're missing or you're not observing. Maybe you're not able to calibrate that there are shifts, but you're not able to calibrate it fully. Okay? Or maybe the context which you have taken has a lot of khichdi. I'm sorry to use the word, yeah? A lot of khichdi in that context. It's not clean, you know? So what would happen in that also, in that khichdi also, the shift will happen, but you would not know which and where specifically that shift has happened. Okay? And that's something very important. So in the test would result when, if we go back to our practice last week on verbal package, on what specific I want, where specifically am I looking for this change, how specifically I want it. You remember the process, so clean and deep? Yeah. So if we do a clean verbal package practice for ourselves, then we know where do we need, where do we want the change, which state. And when we say we want something to change, please go back to the most important point that we are not working at a fluffy level, or we are not working at a vague level. We are not working at an unspecified level. We're working at a state level where the states, description level, where the states would shift. Okay, states would shift. There are some kind of states like my tweeters, like this, etc. I have states, descriptions. I know these states, I can calibrate, and I play the games and my states shift. So concluding it to it that we are working at a state level. So when you test at a state level, did my state shifted? And that's why I always like to use workout examples, because it is very good when you are starting calibrations as an exercises for yourself personally. So you can make out the differences when you pick up different kind of weights and you can calibrate. Okay. So in now, right now, till now, we were moving the, people who just started the journey of new code. So from now on forward, okay, we are going to only and only focus on states, intention, description, games, and process. Okay, all right. We are not going to go inside the content too much. That's an announcement for all of you. Please remember it. And there is an intention to this change. so that you are completely moved out from the older classic to the newer version. Yeah, so we are going to focus more on states, okay, the process of games, intentions, and descriptions. All right. Yeah, that's the intention, and not too much on the content. So you're going to calibrate, 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 and calibrate. Hence, you would observe me challenging you more now on. Nupur, Saurav, Fayaz, Vinny, Ritu, Priyanka, and Bratati is missing in this batch as of now. There's one person name I don't remember, one more person. Okay, all of you? Yeah. So let this process, let's take just say 10 minutes. Let's just take a 10 minutes break for you to process this. Okay, I have an intention. Okay, so I would like to give a break a little longer of 15 minutes because I have an intention. So you process this, and while you process this, I also want you to notice that were there any internal dialogues which you were having with yourself while learning, which was affecting your full learning. Like ये ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? अरे ये कब होगा? अरे वो कब होगा? अरे वैसा कब होगा? Future oriented dialogues internally. It's okay to have, okay? It's fine to have. All right? या फिर a criticism dialogue. अरे ये तो बहुत डीप है, मुझसे होगा ही नहीं, ये मुझे कुछ समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है, चल क्या रहा है, ओके? या फिर क्रिटिसिज्म डायलॉग, अरे मैंने पहले भी पढ़ा था, अभी भी नहीं पढ़ा था, मैंने आगे भी किया था, पहले भी किया था, अब मैं और नहीं कर पाऊंगा. मे बी नाउ, मे बी बिफोर, ओके? एनी काइंड ऑफ अ इंटरनल डायलॉग which comes to you in between of your work, in between of your present, and it hampers your performance in that time. You had to be more focused, or you could be more calm, or you could be this, or you could be that, but you were criticizing yourself, or I don't know. Think about internal dialogues after you process this and write them down. Write down 3 things about it: when it comes, what it does, when it comes, what it does. And the third, which is the most important thing, is how it comes. How it comes. The how of the internal dialogue is like, अरे ये नहीं कर पाऊंगा, अरे वो नहीं कर पाऊंगा, अरे वो नहीं कर पाऊंगा. So ये हो गया how. The how of it. Okay? So it says this and says it in this tonality. So how को और simplify करने का मतलब है, क्या मैं उस डायलॉग को इमिटेट करके बता सकता हूँ किसी को? मैं ऐसे बोलता हूँ अपने आप से, अरे मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगा, अरे मैं वो नहीं कर पाऊंगा, अरे ऐसा नहीं होगा, अरे वैसा नहीं होगा. Okay? Please do this homework right away in this 15 minutes, in this break. please make sure that you are ready and prepared so that when we go in the next process, which is very beautiful and important, it will really make a lot of sense and it will also help. Okay, let's take a 15 minutes break. We are at 1:20, so 1:35. Yeah,
We have
I'll see you in
to
15 minutes.
yeah, we have
Yes.
to think about the internal dialogue with respect to our state, and then we have to write about when it is happening, uh, what when it is happening, what it is doing to us, and in which way it's coming. Right? Is it what I understood?
Yes, and it is, I like what you said with respect to state. I like your idea. It is more like you are planning your new business of coaching, sort of, and or you're planning your execution of your business, or you are in the job right now, and in between of the job, continuously there is some kind of a dialogue which keeps coming in, which interrupts your state or your performance, or it takes you down in a loop somewhere. It impacts your state. Okay, all right, good. I like your paraphrasing. Good. And you may not have to if you wish to do it. Yeah, it has to be your choice. If you want to do it, you do it. Okay, all right, nice. Any other questions on this homework? Okay, so first process, macro, micro, state, responsibility, frame, test, let it process with yourself, and let then focus shift to internal dialogue, write down everything, and we get started. I'll see you now in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. So welcome back. I hope that you could utilize your time for your homework, that task given. Okay, that's nice. Nupur, did you also do that? Okay. Fayaz? Okay. Vinny, you did? Okay. Saurav, still doing? Done. Okay. All right. Ritu, you can listen to this recording, and this is a very interesting exercise. Okay, so what I want to do is I'll just present you a very, I would not use the word funny because I respect her a lot. I would use the word joyous. I would present you a very joyous example to this context. So this process is, of course, having a utilization of verbal package, which you have learned last week. It's a layer of it. And this process, verbal package, also internal dialogue. The process name is internal dialogue process. So internal dialogue process is created by Carmen Bostic herself. And Carmen is John Grinder's wife. Carmen has given a lot of contribution in new code specifically to make it very clean, to make it very simple, to make it very effective. Carmen Bostic has an experience of doing leadership work with many companies. Specifically, she was the board of one of the groups which had more than 30 companies. She was in the board in that group, which had 30 companies. And she has utilized her corporate experience as well as clean language coaching formats. And her style of coaching has been um, very deep, very not very provocative, deep, and very long lasting. Very long lasting. The grace which she carries in the world, you would have one interaction with her, just one, and you would remember her for a lifetime. It's that. So I'm going to present you all a very simple example of Carmen Bostic. So there is a weekend. I'm thinking that let's go and play. John is always good in all the sports. Which sport he's not good at? And I want him to go for snooker. And John, let's go for snooker this time. Oh, I don't have time today. All right. I don't like the game. Okay, all right, let's go. Fine. Okay. I'm gonna win this time. He's good at all the games. All right. This is going to be the last ball, and I'm going to win. Yay! And I'll take my ball and win. Oops. What happened? I didn't. I observed that you came in between when I was actually going to focus and get the win. And you came in between and you started jumping and all that. And you just distracted me so much in between. What was your intention? Oh, I was very excited that we were playing together and you're just going to win. So I was just there to cheer you up. My intention was just to cheer you up. Yay! Okay, I get that. So what I understand is your intention was to cheer me up, but did we win? So I request you the next time you come after I complete the game and not in between the game. And yes, you can keep coming in and cheering me, but do it after we finish. Is that okay with you? Can we have a deal? Okay, I hear you saying that I can come after you win, like after you do all the balls, after you complete the game. Okay, I hear you. You want me to come after you complete the game and not in between. Okay, but I like coming in. I hear you. You like coming in, but I want you, please, to come after the game so that we meet the intention of winning, and then you can meet the intention of cheering me up. Is that a deal? Okay, all right. Let me try one time. Okay. And the deal. Do you want to have some deals and negotiations and tasking presents to your own internal dialogue? Do you want to find out and chunk up what's the intention of the dialogue? So, multiple times, multiple times. So, at times, like when I'm not sure how many of you, have it. You're just going to, you're just ready. You're so much ready. You have so much of knowledge, maybe, and you're feeling so overwhelmed sometimes. Oh wow, I know it. I'm gonna do it. Blah 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 blah. And then what you thought did not happen that way. It didn't work out that way. It's very little example, like very simple. I like to give the simple example that for 3 days you are very good at your workout and your morning and your eating and your working and your states, and you are so happy, so happy, so happy. And on the fourth day you are not, and then you don't realize maybe that what is happening. And I try to calibrate small moments and very small little moment, just one moment. Like, for example, when I'm very happy about my food and I am done, and then suddenly I hear this example of, oh, I'm so happy. And then there's a state shift which I can actually calibrate. And that state shift goes to, I want a little ice cream, you know, and then I know this is a state fall. All right. So these small little shifts to calibrate them and to note the internal dialogues which comes in between, which interrupts you, which has a consequence in your life. It could be in your office, it could be in your business, it could be in your daily routine, it could be in your relationship, it could be like a self-doubt, it could be like a criticism, it could be like self-sabotage, or it could be like very severe, very, very severe, like a thought of, you know, nothing is working out. So, which one you want to work with? What is the dialogue specifically? What specific is the dialogue, Sonali? And just say the dialogue. Just say it. I just want to hear it. Okay, unmute yourself. I want to hear it, if it is possible.
something like अरे यार ये भी करना है ये भी करना है ये भी करना है टाइम ही नहीं मिल रहा है
Okay, okay. And when specifically it comes? I lost her in this video.
it comes when I have this internal dialogue that, can you hear me? It comes
Yeah.
specifically when I am all charged up that today I have to sit down and finish this, and this task related to my business. Okay.
Okay.
And when I see that, and then something comes up, okay, let me do that first. ये करना है, फिर ये इसके लिए बैठ जाऊंगी. And this literally
Okay.
happens every day.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So this dialogue is ये भी करना है, ये भी करना है, ये भी करना है. And there is a state which you access
Yeah.
before you sit for your business. And you are all charged up. That's the meaning of it. And you're charged up. That's the state. And you are getting, and you said that there is something in between which comes
Yeah.
up. There is something in between which comes
Yeah.
up, and you pick up that something in between.
Yes.
You pick up that something in between and you say, ये भी करते हैं, ये बाद में करते हैं, ये भी करना है, पहले ये
Yeah.
करते हैं. Okay. What's the intention of picking that thing which is something in between?
Maybe if I just get this done, that will not be troubling me behind my mind. Like, I'll just remove this from the background. I'll be all clear. So that time I can sit with full
Okay.
focus.
Okay, so your intention is that it gets clear and then you can sit with full focus. Okay, all right. So does that happen then? Do you sit with full focus then?
Then when I come and sit, वो नहीं करना था, I'm feeling tired now.
Okay, all right. Okay. So when you come back and sit, you feel like, अरे वो नहीं करना था because I'm feeling tired.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So do you have an experience that you know that after doing that you will feel tired? Do you have an experience of it already? You're aware.
Yes, I have had that experience literally every day. I'm aware, but still I end up doing that.
Okay, all right. Okay. So go back to what is the intention of doing that?
The intention of doing that is so that I'm done with that.
So that you're done with that. Okay.
Yeah.
And what would happen if you are not done with that?
That would be pending and that would be running behind chatter. वो नहीं हुआ
Yes,
है, वो
what
नहीं
is
हुआ है.
that? Yes, what is that chatter? वो नहीं हुआ है, वो नहीं हुआ है, वो नहीं हुआ है, वो नहीं हुआ है.
That is pending. That is not. It could be anything. It could be anything like I have to put an order. It could be anything like I have to put the clothes for washing, or I have to put the clothes outside for drying, or it could be anything like I have to just quickly finish making this particular dish or something, or it could be anything like that. Or it could be just I have kept some bags for washing. Sink is empty now. I can wash the bags only now. It could be anything. And once I do that, physically I feel I'm feeling exhausted. And once I'm feeling exhausted, I come here and I'm something like, I shouldn't have done it.
Okay, all right, okay. So here it is, very simple, that you have your state to start your business work, and then there is something which you see, and then you have a dialogue. Oh, बस वो जल्दी से कर लेते हैं, वो जल्दी से कर लेते हैं, so that you think that you have focus and you're here. But you go there and you have experienced it that if you go there, you come back and you don't have a state to do. Okay.
Yes.
And you mentioned that if you would not do it, if you would not go and do the cleaning of this and doing that, if you would not do it, then the dialogue would keep coming in back.
Yeah.
अरे वो कर लेते हैं,
Yeah.
वो कर लेते हैं, अरे वो कर लेते हैं, अरे वो कर लेते हैं. Now this is the dialogue which is coming back when you are when you are doing your business work?
Yeah, when I want to come and sit and do my business work, that's coming in, is coming and telling me, stopping me from doing, do that first, do this, and then come and sit. Like either
Okay.
ways, it's not allowing me. Either it's coming like this in the beginning, or if I directly come and sit, it's coming and troubling me that way.
Yes. So it comes and tells you that do the go and do this, go and do this, go and do this, go and do this.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you have a voice which comes in when you are sitting for your business and you have some pending task and वो पहले कर लेते हैं, वो पहले
Yes.
कर लेते हैं, do this first, do this first, do this first, do this first. इस टाइप का एक डायलॉग आता है.
Correct.
Can you say it again?
अरे ये भी करना है, ये भी करना है, ये भी करना है, वो कर लेते हैं. Let me just do it first.
Okay. All right. Okay. What specifically do you want to do, Sonali?
For me, I want to sit for my work and I want to be done with the task. And my intentions will be very clear. But when I come to sit for that work, and that time, it's something like I feel that restlessness, wo karna hai, wo karna hai. And then, okay, I'm not able to focus on my work. I go finish it and come. And once I come and sit, I am either I have lost my state or it's something like, अरे यार करना ही नहीं था, थक गई मैं अभी. And then it's something like I'm feeling exhausted, I'm feeling tired, I'm not able to do anything. थोड़ा
Okay, stop. Okay, fine. All right. Okay, let's not go there. So the start point is this. You are focused, you want to do your business, you get started, you do the business work and you sit down. And the moment you sit down, you start feeling after some time, when specifically you start feeling this restlessness. वो करना है, वो करना है, वो करना है. You're focused in the business. Just demonstrate.
I come, open my laptop, and I'm thinking, okay, I have to do this, but then वो भी pending है. Like just I'm coming, I'm trying to sit, set up my desk space, set up my books and everything. Yeah, okay, mobile I have to put for charging, laptop I'll put for charging, but then let me just quickly finish this and come. All of us. Let me just quickly finish this and come.
Stop. Did you notice, did you notice, any one of you, did you notice the state with which she's accessing the business? Do it again, Sonali.
Okay, let me just quickly sit for this work. Let me set up my laptop, set up my books, set up my mobile, and let me put for laptop and mobile for charging. Okay, वो भी pending है, वो भी quickly finish करके आती हूँ, and then I'll sit for this. And then I go out, and then I vanish for.
Hush. Shut up, Sonali. Shut up. Did you notice the states with which you are accessing your business and your home course? Did you notice the state with which you are accessing? Now look at me, okay? One example, yeah? Okay, another example. I'm in my business here. Now I move to my home. I charger, my Bluetooth, my AC, my laptop, my work time finished. I go to my home, my work time starts. Charger, Bluetooth, AC, Do you notice? Is that dialogue coming to you now?
Right now, no.
You have unconscious signals?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So go to your unconscious and say, thank you so much, unconscious,
Thank you so much, unconscious,
for for helping me access this state.
for helping me access the state.
Unconscious,
Unconscious,
is this state
is this state
we accessed
be accessed
ecological
ecological
for us
for us
to start the business work
to start the business work
and also
and also
to continue doing the business work
to continue doing the business work
so that
so that
we are highly focused
we are highly focused
and meet the intention
and meet the intention
of doing the work.
of doing the work.
Please give me a signal
Please give me a signal
of yes
of yes
if you understand the above.
to understand the above. Getting a vibration surrounding the area of my yes signal.
Okay. Please ask. Thank you so much, unconscious.
Thank you so much, unconscious.
Is this a clear involuntary yes signal by you?
Is this a clear and volunteer yes signal by you?
If yes, please repeat.
Now,
Okay, it has repeat.
now the yes signal is coming.
Okay, thank you so much, unconscious.
Thank you so much, unconscious.
Unconscious,
Unconscious,
please give me a signal
please give me a signal
if this state is ecological
if the state is ecological
for the above stated intentions as I just mentioned above.
the intent
For the above stated
the above stated intentions. Yes, I'm getting a yes signal.
again, deep breath, smile, say thanks to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Unconscious, my request is
Unconscious, my request is,
will you please take responsibility
will you please take responsibility
of replacing
of replacing
the earlier state
the earlier state
of restlessness
of restlessness
when I sit for work
when I sit for work
with this new state
with this new state
of high focus?
of high focus.
Do you understand?
Do you understand?
Please give me a signal.
Please give me a signal.
Unconscious, Will you please take complete responsibility
Will you please take complete responsibility
of the above?
of the above?
Please give me a signal. Thank you so much, Sonali's unconscious. Say thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. There is something which I want you all to learn. And then I will proceed further to decode some more things. And one day, Carmen asked that anyone has a question before I begin on states? So I raised my hand and I asked that this is very important. Okay. Now I know this question was very important. Of course, I know it long back. I got to know this. So for this question to go deeper in your unconscious, my request is to keep full attention on the person who is talking, which is me in this case. Yeah. And the question to Carmen was, let me see if I can do it in full state. I'm a corporate trainer. I'm a NLP trainer. I'm a coach. I'm a mother. How do I manage everything and balance? Oh man. I think I'm managing it quite well, isn't it? Yeah. A little bad. Yeah. Yeah. So that day, I learned the most. You know what Carmen said? You want to know what she said? The most important thing in life. And I have a shift. You can see it, right? I have a shift in my body just thinking about it. She said. Hmm. Did any one of you see when she was saying that to me? I notice you're accessing same states for all these three different contexts in your life. I would insist you explore that. I notice you're accessing these same states for three different contexts in your life. I insist you explore that. What can happen if you can have a different state as a corporate trainer, a different state as a coach, and a different state as a mother, I find out, all of you, in my life that I was mixing my state of coaching and training in my relationship, specifically with my spouse. And I could identify that my relationship, which is full of love, we have a lot of love, lot of love, and I was identifying that it is missing. And I sat down one day with him and I could do a little meta and identify that he's missing wife. The bubbly wife is gone and the coach is always on. So I made sure that I choose different states for different times. Which state specifically is required here? Misalignment of states. We're not using what we can choose just because we're humans. And that's why we use these processes. So yeah, it's okay to get lost sometimes, but it is more important that we start using these tools so that we can come back if we want to, right? Start using the tools to come back. I will still move forward in the same context. I want this context to go more deeper, like the learning of verbal package and internal dialogue process, which I'm still yet to present to you. I did some work, and please understand, I am doing a lot of inductive work now, okay, which is demonstrations. I demonstrated an example with Sonali's help. So thank you, Sonali, for a beautiful, enriching experience. It was a great learning experience for everyone. Thank you. And I would like to continue in this. I'm not sure how many of you have had your lunch break. Did you have your lunch? Because I'm on off for my lunch today. So I want to ask you, okay, no one, right? So let's take your lunch break. I will rest till then. I'll go home and check out. I'll change my states. So let's take a lunch break let's take it for 40 minutes. Generally we take, right? So it's okay. We'll take 40 minutes. So let's take 40 minutes lunch break, still on the same format. Keep thinking about internal dialogues, which comes and interrupts you in between. Okay. All right. Sonali, after your lunch, I want you to do a small test, okay? If you get time, in case you get time, I'm not sure how much time you will have. So you come back and you sit as if you're sitting for your business, okay? And test what happens. Sit as long as you can, say, for example, for 5 minutes, for 10 minutes, however time you have, depending on the subjective time you have, okay? All right. Great. 40 minutes means 2:30 to 30, 3:10, 3:10, 3:05. So we meet you at 3:05, all of you. Okay? Stay with us. Thank you, Ritu. You're okay? Okay, so yeah, where do we want to go now? Sonali, yes. I want to ask you that did you get some time to check?
Yes, I did check. And what happened was I wanted to really test it, okay? So what I did was I got into that mode, work mode, and I really finished some tasks around the house. And I was literally in that state which I have to get this done, get this done. I entered that state actually. And then it was up my mind, I have to test this. I came back and I had taken it in me that I have to access a different state while coming into work mode. I sat on my space. I took a deep breath in and I said, I'm not going to enter in that state. I'm going to enter my work mode in a calmer state. And I sat in my work mode and I created some content. I
Wow.
created some content. I created content for a reel, for a carousel post, and for a post. And I created
Nice.
in 3 different formats, and I shot a couple of selfies also. Okay, this should go up my social media today. Like this part I did just now. So for that,
Congratulations.
I realized that I had to sit down, breathe in, and I had to access a different state, and then I'll get into work mode. I got present to that.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Big, big, big congratulations.
Thank you
Big
so much.
congratulations.
Thank you so much for this. It really made a difference to me. Now I know what to do from tomorrow.
Brilliant, brilliant. And now you know that your unconscious can keep accessing that state by itself. So you would sit in the morning, you come in the hub sessions also, right? So you remember that I have been talking about intentions in the morning.
Yes.
So you set the intentions in the morning that I have
Yes.
my work and my unconscious. You know that you can access the states which matches the intention and are ecological for us to work together.
Absolutely.
Okay. So note that down for your unconscious every morning you doing it for a few days, and you would recognize that
Yes.
very soon, in just few days, very soon, you need not even say the frame and this happens. And before that, you keep practicing until it happens by itself. You keep practicing it until it happens by itself, because it happens by itself too.
Yes.
Okay, nice. That's a big, big compliment to Sonali's unconscious and the work she did. All of you, isn't it? It's really, really big. At times, it might take a little while to get into this state, and you got into this state and you just did it.
Yes.
Brilliant. Now you know New Code is all about Ferrari of change, accessing states and doing things.
Just sit down, access it, and shift the gears.
Yes, do it. Yeah, and make it happen. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Good. I also want to ask you one thing, just curious. You have a state of this business now, the work mode state,
Yeah.
right? So in this work mode state, that dialogue, you have kept it aside. You were saying it's there. You're actually using it now. Now it's out, right? Correct? So stay in this work state. Yeah. And I just want to ask you that at times that kind of a state of that dialogue, ye bhi karna hai, wo bhi karna hai, ye bhi karna hai, wo bhi karna hai, that dialogue, that thing, is that thing useful in some context? It has some intention.
Yes, many times it is useful, especially when
Okay,
I have to.
Stop. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, all right. So what I want you to do is very simple. I want you to remember on this chair, now all of you, now this becomes cleaner. Okay, now this chair is the first position, and this first position is about my work mode. So there was a specific dialogue which Sonali was getting, right? Which we did a cleanup because the state of the work mode was not clean. So we cleaned it up. Now, in this state of business or work mode, if in case this dialogue was there, old, previously was there, right? So we kept that dialogue outside. You have kept that dialogue outside.
Yes.
And this place is a clean first position. You are in a work
Yeah.
mode, right? Okay. Now there are two things. Here I'm in work mode and I am keeping that internal dialogue outside completely. That's a different chair.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Would you like to explore a little more? Would you like to explore a little more?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So that you know that if there was some intentions, it can have a task to meet those intentions at a different time.
Okay.
And it knows that this is my work mode and I'm going to be here. And your job dialogue is not to come here in between
Absolutely.
or, or whatever you want to negotiate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's explore it. And for us to explore, Sonali, we need two places. One, the place where you're sitting already.
Okay.
This place is your work mode space, which we are going to use. And whenever you're going to come over here, you're going to be in that same deep breath, talking in that, slow and in that way only. And if in case you move here and there, I will be asking you to come back to the same shift. Okay, that's one position, first position, work mode. Your other place is that internal dialogue.
Okay.
Okay, all right. And for you, Sonali, you may not sit over there. Okay, you may not sit over there. You may stand like a consultant
Okay.
and hear what the internal dialogue says.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, all right. Great. So can you adjust your camera?
So this is the work mode place.
That
And this is the place where I'm standing like the consultant.
okay, and you think that the dialogue is behind you. Okay, Sonali?
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Because I want you to be completely disassociated with it.
Oh.
Okay, all right, in this moment. Yeah,
Yeah.
all
Completely
right.
disassociated.
Yes. Okay. So now you sit down as a work mode state. Right. Take a deep breath and just stay in the state. And I want you to ask some specific questions to your consultant, and your consultant will ask it to your internal dialogue. And the questions you will ask is in a work mode to your consultant. And first you look at your consultant and say, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being my dear consultant.
I'm here
I'm here
to seek your support
I'm here to seek your support
on a project
on a project.
that is
I'm here to seek your support on a project that is
accessing state choices
accessing state choices
which meets the intention of doing work, which is business.
which meets the intention of doing work, which is my business.
So say it in your style. You are asking support to your consultant that it can help you to be and to access these states, which helps you to do your work mode and to help you focus and to be in the business. And you want to achieve this intention, and hence you are coming here to seek some support from your consultant. You understand that, right? Good. Okay. All
My
right.
dear consultant, I'm here to seek your support because when I'm in my work mode, I am looking at me in my work mode and nothing else. So that's exactly where I am seeking your support. So are you willing to help me with that? I'll get up.
Okay.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm more than ready to help you for your focus, to be in high focus in your work mode.
Okay. All right. Please come back. Okay. Take a deep breath.
I don't
Just
know what
relax.
happens with me whenever I
Just relax. Just relax. I want you to keep quiet, please. I know that. That's why I am not speaking. Relax. Recall that moment of focus in which you have done the task. Good. Expand it more. Ask your unconscious to fire the state of focus. And I know unconscious and I trust you. And just keep quiet.
am conscious, priority state of hyper focus about me.
Yeah, just be there. Keep breathing. Sonali is unconscious. Make her aware that she is there by giving a clear signal. Nice, good. Thank you so much, Sonali is unconscious. Good job. Stay there and without saying the word outside, in this state, looking at the consultant, just stay and look at the consultant, internally ask this question without saying it outside. Just ask it the way I am asking, only, no addition of words. And the question is, And the statement is, and then the question, okay? The statement is, consultant, this dialogue used to come before when I used to sit in my work mode. Now I have a new state. First, I want to thank you that I am focusing, and I want to tell you that this dialogue used to interrupt my focus. I want you, consultant, to ask that dialogue, what is the intention, or what was the intention of coming in between while I'm high focus in my work? Look at the consultant. It's consultant's job to ask. It's consultant's job to ask it to the third person, which is the dialogue. You get up from the space. You become the consultant. Yeah. You look at the internal dialogue like straight but back. It is back, right? The internal dialogue is back. Okay. So you turn around, look at me now, Sonali. Sonali, look at me. Yeah. Think as if there is a mirror in front here. So there is a reflection of the image, which is internal dialogue over there. Okay. All right. And the reflection is here. And this reflection is small. And you are a consultant. You understand? Yes. So good. So now, consultant, your job is to just paraphrase to the internal dialogue. Paraphrase to the internal dialogue that I hear that you were coming while Sonali was in business mode. I want to ask you, what is and what was your intention to come in between? Ask this as a consultant.
Okay. What was your intention of coming in every time she gets into work mode?
Okay. Do you hear the answer from the internal dialogue? Consultant,
Yes,
shake it off.
I can hear that.
Shake it off.
Right.
Shake it off first. Shake it off first. Now, say the sentence which you heard to the person, to Sonali, who was sitting over there in the work mode. Yes, say it to her that I hear from the internal dialogue saying the intention of coming is. Say it to it in this way.
What I hear from the internal dialogue is that it wants you to shoulder all the responsibility.
Okay, it wants you to
Shoulder all the responsibilities.
shoulder all the responsibilities. Okay, all right, okay, all right. Now you become, okay, you be the consultant, stay in the consultant. Now look again to the dialogue. To the yes, good, yes. Now I am wanting you to ask this question, Sonali. Consultant, ask this question. What is the intention of shouldering all responsibilities? Ask that.
Is the intention of shouldering all responsibilities?
At the moment
At the moment what is
when
shouldering all the responsibilities at the moment
when she's in the work mode.
when she's in the work mode.
Okay, good. Ask it now again.
It says it's just to remind her.
Oh, okay. So the intention is just to remind you. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Shake it off again.
Yeah.
Shake it off again. Very nice. Good, clean work, Sonali. Shake it off. Okay. So say this to look at now. Look at the work mode who is so focused. Yeah.
That voice,
And
that vo-
good. Go ahead.
that voice just wants to remind you of your responsibilities. That's it.
Okay. Stop. Stop. Fantastic. All right. Now look at, you just mentioned, just the voice wants you to remind you of
It's responsibilities. It just
full.
wants
Did
to
you say
remind you.
full?
That voice just
No.
wants to remind you.
What specifically it wants to remind?
Voice wants to remind you of your responsibilities.
Okay, all right, fine. Turn around to the internal dialogue. Okay, all right. Look at the internal dialogue and ask.
Okay.
Look at the internal dialogue and ask, which specific responsibility
Which specific responsibilities
you
you
want to
to
remind
remind
at the
at
time
the time
when she's in work
in
mode? What is the answer? Give it to her.
It feels that she's left some things incomplete.
It feels.
You know,
The dialogue feels. The dialogue
the
feels.
voice feels that this is also important and that is also important.
Shut up. This is not what you said. Stop. The dialogue feels that this is left incomplete. Okay. All right. Okay. So the dialogue feels it,
Yes.
that this is left incomplete.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Shake it off. Shake it off more now. Shake it off more. Smell something. Okay, turn around, turn around. Look at the wall. Look at the wall. Look at the wall. Nice. The corner of the wall. Do you like butterflies?
I love butterflies.
Yeah. Nice. So think that at the corner of the wall there is a butterfly. Wow. Good. Shake it off again. Shake it off, Sonali. Shake it off. You're just going to break through. Shake it off. Shake it off. Good, good, good job, Sonali. Good job. Shake it off. Beautiful. Okay. All right. Ask. I hear you saying you feel.
Here you see.
Ask it. I hear. that this is left incomplete.
I hear you saying that you feel that this is left incomplete.
Okay. And now ask, what specifically is left incomplete?
So what specifically is left incomplete according to you? Okay. Okay.
Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. You just accessed it.
Yes.
So now answer it to the work mode person.
That always feels you have left something incomplete as a daughter.
You have left something
So
incomplete.
it's exact
What you have left
as a
something
daughter.
in as a daughter. Okay, wait. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Smell something, Sonali. Smell something. Good. All right. Okay. Okay. Now ask, what specifically as a daughter? Just ask it to the dialogue. What specifically as a daughter?
What specifically as a daughter? Okay.
Shake it off first. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off more. Shake it off more. Count the flowers or whatever is there on your kurta. This is beautiful. Is it a diamond or is it a square? What is it?
It's, I don't know, it's some kind of geometric design. Not
Geometric.
specifically a diamond. Yeah, it's just geometric.
Okay. And how many geometric designs are there? Numbers.
Yeah, 4 kinds of geometric designs.
Okay. 4 kinds.
3, 4.
And total how many?
1, 2, 3, 4. This is a little smaller than this one. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Okay.
this one is there inside this, and this one is there inside of that big one. Okay, it's the same thing. It's the same thing which is
Interesting.
expanded. That's interesting, right? I never read so much into it so far.
Mm-hmm. So beautiful. So beautiful. Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Such
All
an
right.
old dress. This is today only I'm
Now you know, right? Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Now give the answer to the work mode girl.
well, okay. Well, this voice tells me that it keeps coming in because it feels that you have to take on some duties as a daughter, and it wants you to fulfill those duties first and then get into the work mode, which not really is
Shut up. What specific duties? What specific duties?
anything where your mom is not supposed to get into the work mode. you're supposed to be giving your
Sorry?
mom the rest. She's supposed to be giving her mom some rest.
When specifically? When
Whatever
specifically?
work that
No, shake it
anytime
off. Shake it
she
off.
wants.
No, no, shake it off. I will not take it. Shake it off.
Okay.
Breathe, relax. All right. Go in your work mode. Shake it off first. Breathe. Don't sit down. First, keep breathing. Keep breathing and relax. It will settle by itself. The breathing will settle by itself. Just focus on the breathing now. Only breathing. Inhale, hold, exhale. Focus on the breathing. Yeah, it'll start settling. Inhale, hold, exhale. Inhale, hold, exhale. Very good. You're holding it also nice. Inhale, hold, exhale, hold. Good. Continue doing this completely. Very nice. Continue the rhythm. Inhale, hold, exhale. Very good, Sonali. Continue the rhythm. Exhale. Very good. Come in the mode fully. Good. Now start coming into the mode fully. Grab it fully. See the Sonali who was doing the work just few moments before. Nice. Good. In just a few moments, she got into the state and finished off her duty of creating the carousel, responsibility of creating the content, and the responsibility of clicking smiley photos which she loved, which intends to meet some intention in this role specifically. In this role specifically. what is the intention here? Work mode, Sonali. What is the intention of being in work mode? So that,
The intention of being in work mode is so that I can give some value to my audience and then generate some leads, create value, generate leads, and then make a difference to the society I am in, because that's what I want to do always.
okay,
That's what
all
I
right.
wanted to do.
What intention does that serve to you personally?
Personally, when I make a difference to someone, it gives me immense satisfaction. Personally, I
Okay,
love being in my fourth state.
okay, stay there. Okay. So the intention is to create value and have this immense satisfaction. And for having immense satisfaction, you are doing this duty of or responsibility of your work. Okay, all right. While you are at work, this dialogue comes and remind you, ask this dialogue and say just what I am saying. Okay? Yeah. Okay, say thank you so much to consultant
Thank you so much, my dear consultant,
for letting me know
for letting me know
that
that
the dialogue
the dialogue
wants
wants
Sonali
Sonali
to fulfill
to fulfill
some
some
duties
duties
with respect to
with respect to
the role as a daughter.
the role as a daughter.
Thank you for letting me know.
For letting me know.
My job here,
My job here,
my job here is to fulfill
my job here is to fulfill
my intention
my intention
and my role
and my role
as
as
a coach, trainer in business,
a coach trainer in business,
and
and
while I'm doing my work,
while I'm doing my work,
my request is,
my request is,
now what is your request? Do you want it to remind you about the duties here while you are working?
no, not when I'm working.
So when specifically do you want it to remind you about your duties?
It can remind me when I'm sitting free, like when I'm in my free time,
When specifically?
when I take a break for lunch, and
Okay,
when I'm a little bit free in the evening, say 6 p.m. like that, and
okay,
when I'm available around at some 8:30 p.m. like that,
okay,
and
all right,
I'm again available at 7 a.m., 8 a.m. in the mornings.
okay, all right, okay. So do you want it to give you 4 reminders, 7 a.m., 8 a.m., then 6, and then, sorry, lunchtime, and then 6, and then 8:30, all 4?
Time in these timings. I've given it ample choices. It can come in any time in these timings, but not when I'm
Okay, okay, all right, okay, all right, fine. Okay, so you've given it different timings to remind, but not at this time.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, fine. Good. Good job. Stay in your work mode. Look at your consultant. Nice. Now take a deep breath and get up. All right. Now become your consultant. Okay. All right. And now look at your work mode and just paraphrase what your work mode said.
So you want this voice to come in times when you're not in the work mode. So that would be maybe 7 a.m., 8 a.m., lunchtime, 6 p.m., 8:30 p.m. Right?
And you don't want to remind about any duties
And you don't want to be reminded about any duties during the work hours, right?
which falls under category of daughter as a role.
Yes, which falls under the category of roles and responsibilities of a doctor.
Okay, all right. Consultant, do you agree?
Yes, even I agree.
Can you take, okay, so can you take this proposal to that dialogue? All right, okay. Now, before that, before the proposal now, as you have a state, you ask to the dialogue, before I propose you the different time to remind the duties, I want you also to be specific about which specific duties you want, which specific duties. To the dialogue, ask consultant, which specific duties you want Sonali as a daughter to fulfill. Ask that consultant.
Which specific duties do you want Sonali as a doctor to be available?
1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Stop there. The Sonali sitting on the work mode is a different Sonali. Yeah, so you're not going to
This is-
point it there.
No,
Wait,
this is the mirror.
wait. Wait. I want you to now place the Sonali who is a daughter at a different location.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let her be there.
Okay, all right. And now you move a little back because now the cleanup is happening. The business girl has said, I'm doing my duties. I only need the time of those duties to be reminded later. So we have set Sonali to be reminded. So
Yes.
where is daughter Sonali? It's there.
Daughter Sonali is here.
Come out, consultant.
Okay.
Yes. And there is that internal dialogue.
In the mirror.
Yes, exactly. Very good. Nice. Okay. So now, consultant, you are asking, now you go and become the daughter. Go and become the daughter. Yes. Come into the state of daughter. How do you look and feel and talk like a daughter?
Okay, I'm just in work mode as a doctor.
Yeah, continue doing it. Continue doing it. Okay, Dr. Sonali is doing her responsibilities and duties. And Dr. Sonali, are you surprised? The dialogue is telling you that fulfill the duties as a daughter. Would you like to challenge the dialogue?
I think the dialogue is right in its space.
Okay, all right, stop. This is interpretations. Stop there. My question was, would you like to challenge the dialogue? Yes or no?
Uh, actually, yes.
Okay, ask which specific duties would you want me, which specific duties would you want me according to you, which is not fulfilled and you want me to fulfill? Ask it. Which
Which
specific
specific
duties?
duties, according to you, is not fulfilled that you would want me to fulfill?
Yeah. And go back. You're coming in consultant. Go back.
Okay.
Clean up your consultant and make it a side. थोड़ा सा side कर दो. Consultant को mix कभी मत करो. Consultant is a doer. It organizes everything.
No, I'm standing on a
Yeah.
mat, the consultant.
Okay. So consultant side हो गया? Thanks. I appreciate your efforts, Sonali. I appreciate that. Okay. Now, as a daughter, you have asked which specific duties to the internal dialogue. Now, again, Sonali, you don't stand like this as a daughter. Your rate of speech is very fast, your movements are very fast, so you ask very fast. Come into that fast state.
Yeah, as a daughter.
You speak English with, do you speak English to your mom?
I speak in my mother.
So you speak in your own language this question, but
Yes.
keep it same. Which specific duties, yeah? Ask that.
With specific duties, content duties. Okay.
Okay, all right. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake off. Shake off. Shake off. Shake off. Okay, all right. So which color is your, not the diamonds, what did she say? Geometric designs.
This geometric design is quite interesting. The background is navy blue, and then internally it's a white, purple, and it looks like teal, but it is a light blue.
Oh, she is very good at colors. Wow,
This one is a
nice.
light green mixed blue. The buttons.
She's so good at colors. Oh, great. Okay, all right. Now I want you to hear these answer. You've heard the answer. Did you hear the answer? Now paraphrase the answer back to dialogue. I hear you saying, and tell me.
I hear you saying my specific duties as certain things like application of ointment to my dad's leg, massaging his shoulders, and then helping my mom with the vessels, and then helping my mom with her specific medicines, and helping them with the groceries, helping them with the sorting out everything, helping them with the everything related to cooking, and everything related to the household work. I get you.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So here the list of the duties which it has given it to you. Okay, fine. All right. You acknowledge it. All right. So now ask what specific duties you want me to do and when.
What specific duty
Ask it.
do you want me to do and when?
Take a pen and paper, Sonali. Is that useful for you?
But it's telling I don't know, you keep going off into work mode.
Okay, ask it. Stop. I am asking you a question.
Question.
Yeah, and turn the page. This is not into the work mode file. This is not in a work file. It's in a different file. It's your personal book, right? So what all, ask what specific and when specific you want me to do. You have given me a long list, or you have given me a list. What specific and when specific you want me to do?
Okay. Seven items in the list.
Okay, 7 items in the list.
Eighth one is miscellaneous.
Okay, cut the miscellaneous for today. Just just leave the miscellaneous for today. Now, in the 7 items in the list, say thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Now ask when specifically you want me to do what.
वो भी लिख दिया है.
Okay, all right. Okay. Now answer only one question. Is the time which has been written is a time which is coming around 7, 8 a.m. work lunchtime, or 6 p.m. or 8:30 p.m.
Yeah, it's aligned.
It's not inside the work mode. Am I correct?
Not inside the work mode.
Okay, all right. Now you agree as a daughter that it is not inside the work mode. Am I correct?
Right.
Okay, so now if this is not inside the work mode, then is it required for that dialogue to keep coming in? So
Right.
now, so what did you say?
I said right.
Okay, you said right. Okay, I understand. So now paraphrase this to the dialogue. Look at the dialogue in the mirror and say, hey, thank you so much for the reminder,
Thank you so much for the reminder.
for the duties,
For the duties
listing up,
of listing up
and also giving me the time frame.
and also giving me the time frames.
Now, Sonali, you as a daughter, do you commit that you would do your duties in this time frame?
Absolutely. I shall be doing my duties in this time frame.
Okay, all right. Does it mean that you have done it before also?
Yes, I have done it in the past as well.
Okay. And does it also mean that there are times in which you could not do?
Absolutely. There are times in which I have not done it as well.
Okay, all right. And what stopped you?
Conversation that I'm not giving myself what time I need to give for my business. That used to stop.
Okay, all right. Do you think now that that dialogue which used to come, I am not giving time to my business, I'm not giving time to my business, place that dialogue somewhere else. वो जो दरवाजा दिख रहा है
हाँ.
कहीं पे, हाँ, okay. Now, okay. Now become who was getting that dialogue? I'm not giving time. The daughter was getting the dialogue. I'm not giving time to the business.
The work mode was getting that dialogue. The
Are you
businesswoman,
sure?
the businesswoman in
Wait.
Sonali was getting that dialogue.
So Sonali, when Sonali used to not to be able to do mama's or papa's help, that time she used to be into the state of I am not giving business. When she was in business, she was into the state I am not giving time to this.
Yeah.
Now she has a very clear, the business girl says I am in this mode, and the daughter says I have time for this. Now do you know, now you know that when that dialogue comes in, the dialogue which says I'm not giving time to my business is coming because the business girl is not sitting in the work state.
Correct.
It is sitting in the daughter state.
Correct.
You understand that?
Got that.
So look at that dialogue which was coming to daughter Sonali, which you have kept it on the door.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah, nice. Now, what is what was the intention of the dialogue? Look at that dialogue. Look at that dialogue. I'm not
That
doing my business. What was
the intention of that dialogue was for very purpose in life.
Yes. Say thank you. Good. Say thank you for reminding the purpose.
Thank you for reminding me my purpose.
No. Say thank you for reminding the purpose to Sonali.
Thank you for reminding the purpose.
The purpose reminded to the business Sonali sitting over there. Say it this way. Yeah. The purpose
Purpose
is reminded to the business Sonali.
only sitting in her work now.
Yes. So say thank you. She knows she will sit in the work mode. Your job is done.
Thank you. She will sit in her work mode. Your job is done.
Okay. Okay. So what specifically you want this voice, the voice which used to come and say you're not doing business? What specifically you want this voice to do now? Do you want it to go silent? Do you want it to keep reminding you? Get in work state? What do you want?
That I think that is not coming in these days because she's quite trying to sit, like getting into work mode. She's sitting here, but
Great.
that coming
Okay.
is a different thing. But these days she's
Okay.
sitting in the work mode.
Okay. So now the daughter and this also knows that if that comes means it wants you to sit here like this. It wants the
Absolutely.
business mode like this.
Absolutely.
So this one is sorted completely. Good. Okay. Now, if this is sorted, the daughter Sonali, when now you know that you are going to be doing the business, the daughter Sonali knows this is not coming. Daughter Sonali, will you be able to now do the things which is there
Yes.
in the other timings?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, if you can do it and you can tell it to the internal dialogue that I will take care of this in the
Promise
different
time.
4 timings.
Yeah.
Yeah, say it.
Okay. See, so I will do what needs to be done, whatever I have mentioned here in the promised timings, which I have noted down here.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So look at the internal dialogue.
Yeah. I'm looking at the.
Become the daughter, go back, become the daughter fully.
So I have made a note of all the things that you want me to do as a daughter. And I have also written down the specific timings in which I would be doing this, and this tasks. So I shall be doing it. So is there anything else that you have to tell me?
What's your intention of asking, Sonali? Is there anything else you have to tell me? What's your intention of asking?
I just asked and I got a response that if you do your job, there's no role, there's no work of mine, is what I heard back.
Okay. All right. Okay. 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 So it wanted you to do your own role. That's all.
Yes.
Okay. Are you comfortable doing this role?
Ridhima, I have been doing it, but the thing is, this voice used to kept coming, but now I think things have got bifurcated and sorted. So I think it will fall in place, is what I'm thinking now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What other alternatives are there to do the same thing?
At times I can delegate.
Okay. All right.
I can
Okay.
delegate. At times I can see how my mom is, and I can keep a watchful eye so that if she's able to manage, I can leave it on her own. Otherwise, I can go and interfere. Maybe these are the things I can just be watchful about.
Okay. What intention the delegation to mother and mother doing her own task by herself? What intention it can serve? What intention it can serve to the mother also?
The intention it can serve to the mother is she finds happiness in doing all the work. So I can keep a
Okay.
watchful eye that she's not getting tired, and can also ensure that she's preoccupied.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. What intention does that serve to Sonali as a daughter?
The happiness that I'm enabling my mom, that she is not too dependent on me either. She is also on her own, on her 2 feet. Like
Hmm.
a satisfaction that I am encouraging her to be on her own.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Don't be too dependent on me.
Interesting. Wow. So the higher intention actually is coming out to be that encouragement as a daughter for her to be independent and she
Absolutely.
being happy being independent.
Absolutely.
To encourage her to be independent and she being independent and you being happy that you are independent, and that is the higher purpose of your business as a business also, to transform.
Absolutely.
So you're transforming your mom to be independent and yourself.
Absolutely.
Is that the higher intention of the voice which was coming from yours?
Yes. Yes. And also that I am keeping a watchful eye where she's also aware that I'm there. In case she cannot, I'm there.
Yes,
That feeling of
watchful eye, feeling of
yes.
watchful eye. I'm there, the feeling of I. Okay, all right. Mm-hmm. What specific alternatives can be there more for this feeling of I am there? What other alternatives can be there?
Of having some fun in the conversations
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
instead of being
Interesting.
hyper, just work mode, hyper, instead of being like that, just having some fun, having some fun and frolic, laughter, jokes. Maybe that can be an alternative. Some humor. An alternative of having altered relationship.
Some humor, fun,
Fun and love.
humor, fun, love. And that automatically shows that you are there.
Yeah.
Fun, humor, love. And that makes you and mother happy and independent both.
bond well as well.
It automatically bonds well. Yes. Yes. So with this fun, love, humor, making her independent, doing your own course and also giving it to her and watching and being there with this fun, love, humor, relationship, bonding, happy. Look at the voice.
Quality has changed.
The quality of the voice has changed. Okay, all right. So say bye to the older one fully.
Out of the window.
Say bye to it fully, like thank you, with that gratitude, with the acknowledgement.
Thank you for being there.
Because
I don't need that state anymore where I am just in work mode to get things done and being grumpy all the time. So I want to have this
just
with my mother of having fun, frolic, and love.
fun, love, humor, happy, bonding, doing together, relationship, with all that, and independence
Yes.
in doing.
Yes. Yes.
So thank you for reminding me that your higher intention of coming to me was this, and I was misinterpreting you for so many years. How is the quality of this new voice now?
It's absolutely blissful.
And what does it say?
It just sees that there's a lot of warmth in the relationship. There's warmth in me as a person, so that I can also be a better coach. Instead of beating myself up that I'm not doing my work.
Bas, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. One feedback, just shut up for some time.
Okay.
Say only what you want. Keep it with yourself. Just say what you want and stop repeating what you don't want. Just stop repeating what you don't want. Keep a lesson in your life. Stop repeating what you don't want. Just say what you want. That's it. So if this is the love and everything what you want, stay with it. Okay. All right, daughter. So you have a deal now? Is it a deal? Okay,
Yes.
so you give a high five to the voice which came earlier and the voice which is now here new. Yes, give a high five to them. You give a high five to your consultant, Yes, nice. And you give a high five to your business work, the work set. Yes, nice. So now you come to the consultant. Come to the consultant. Nice, good. So consultant, hi, how are you?
Absolutely great.
Great. So consultant, you have done a great job, and my request is that you remind whenever Sonali over there as a daughter falls in, you remind her of love, humor, fun, and doing things with the intention of satisfaction and independence and feeling that bliss. And also you taking care, look at that. Let's first finish that. Look at that, Sonali, as a daughter, consultant. You can take care of her. She can do that. So whenever she needs you, you come in picture. She falls, you come in picture. You come in third, Tell her your job is to come into that, and you give her that state. Can you do that?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, all right. So you walk back to the daughter, consultant, go and back to the daughter, access this state. And step by step come to the consultant location. So consultant, you know the state which she can have, if in case she has a fall, so that she is independent and she knows, right? You know how to take care of it. How would you take care if in case you see her that she falls, how would you take care?
I'll just remind her, watch out. I'll
Okay.
just tell her, I'll just give her an internal dialogue. Watch out.
Okay. You will say, watch out. Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say watch out, what is she doing?
Whatever she's doing, she'll have to just alter her state. Watch out will help her bring her change her state choices. What
Okay.
else would you-
Okay. All right. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay. And consultant, can you also see to the business mode over there, Sonali? Is she okay? Is she focusing there? Look at her.
Yeah. Now that this thing is sorted out, I'm sure she'll be able to focus better. And
Okay.
for any reason she falls out, I'll just remind her, focus. For her, the word
Aha.
is chill, and for her, the word is focus.
Okay. All right. Okay. Nice. Thank you so much. Say thanks to all three of them, two of them.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And tell them that now we are a team. Tell them now we are a team
Now we are a team,
and we are going to,
and we are going
and
to.
we are going to. So Sonali, do you want to say that we are going to work on our intentions and achieve?
Yes. So we are going to work on our
Okay.
intentions and achieve a lot of breakthroughs.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for all your patience, Sonali, and thank you everyone for all the patience.
Thank you so much, Riddhima, for this work. It was beautiful. Thank you so much.
Good job. Now sit with yourself and say thanks to your unconscious. Hey, Sonali's unconscious. We have done a very deep work. Thank you so much for that. Sonali is unconscious. Now you know when Sonali goes into work mode to access the different states, which is a combination of deep focus for her to complete her projects, work, assignments related to business, to meet her higher intentions. And when she is into her roles, such as daughter or wife, she is into these states, which is more like fun, joy, humor, relationship, bonding, doing, watching out, being there, and doing things with such states to serve the intention of immense satisfaction and transformation for her and her family. Unconscious, the request is, will you please support and take responsibility to access these states access these ecological states in different contexts, in different ways. Your unconscious has already experienced, so it knows what it is going to do. I'm just going to ask unconscious, please give a clear signal to Sonali if you have understood and you agree to this request. Okay, all right. Thank you. Sonali is unconscious. Sonali, your job is very simply every day in the morning, you sit with your unconscious and your consultant as a team. Now you have your team with you, your consultant
Yes.
and your unconscious signal and your team with you. You sit with your team with you every morning and get your things organized. Okay, business work, 3 hours, do this, get the states. Okay, daughter, do these 3 things, get the state. Can you do that?
Yes. I can do that.
Thank you. Great. I look forward to see you more.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Can I have a 5 minutes break, all of you? I would take a little 10 minutes. I'll get my water refilled and I'll take a bio break. Just give me 10 minutes. I'm going to give you first decode. I would not give you all 3. There are three layers into it. Yes, I think it is 4 or no. 3 layers into it. I'll give you first decode to practice today itself. Okay, I'll give you first decode and then we'll see whether we can practice it, because that will itself, explaining the decode itself will take time. Just give me not more than 8 minutes. I'll come back very fast. So please don't take it as if it is 15. Okay. So please stay if you can. I'll be coming back very, very fast. Thank you so much.
I think this was very helpful for me as well, because a lot of time the same things happen to me. When I get into a work mode, I think about, oh, there is that work also there. Oh, that work is also there. Oh, that's also pending. So that's very common, I guess. So it was pretty helpful for me to have a clean state and define that, okay, these are the times when I need to be reminded. And these are the times, and this is my, housework state. So what I used to do to get into work state is that, I put on a work music. So when I put on the work music, I translate to the work state. So that's how I do and now. But still there is that internal dialogue. It's not a very clean state always. That's there, but that putting on that music kind of translates me easily to acha nahi, now it's work time.
Okay. All right. I'm still looking for some more deeper takeaways if anyone else wants to pick up. Winnie and Fayaz, I haven't heard from. And any one of you, Nupur and Saurav, whenever you think like, you can also pick up. Some more deep process-oriented takeaways from new code perspective and utilization of verbal package. What kind of questions did you observe me asking?
Like what specific duties or what specific activities which you want to be done. So, and when, defining that time and defining what kind of activities. So that's one of my takeaway.
Okay, yes. Specifier questions. In fact, did you observe I was asking her, how do you do as a daughter? How? Show it to me. How do you do as a daughter? How? And do it right away. Yeah, the how specifier. What else did you observe me doing specifically in this process? something which I was doing it again and again.
Chunking up the details, chunking down.
How specifically I was chunking up?
Going in deeper and deeper with the details.
Okay, let me reframe my question. What specifically I was asking which would take us to chunking up?
When it comes, for example, when it comes to tasks, then what house chores and uh, because she was telling most of the time so like that, then you were asking that what specifically the work is, what specifically the task is.
Right, correct, right. So if it is about work, so I have to do a task. And if I'm asking what specific task, right? What kind of specific task? Because if she's saying, or if you are saying, or if anyone's saying many tasks, I have to do many tasks. There are so many tasks, right? So what specific task? That is chunking down. I'm chunking down. But if I ask, what specific is the intention of doing the task? Then it is
Chunking.
chunking up. Exactly. Absolutely. Intention questions are chunking up and listing down is chunking down. So we are chunking up, we were chunking up and chunking down both. Now, it is very easy for us as humans to go in. I discovered it. It's my discovery. That's why I'm laughing. Okay, I'm laughing at myself because it's a discovery. And it's very easy for humans to go in different zones. Like, you know, you're talking to your husband and or you're talking to your brother, you're talking to your dad or mom, whomsoever, or your sister, and you're talking, uh, you're talking about, say, present moment right now, ki, you know, the anything. I mean, let me just put it simply. Uh, you open the wardrobe, and the wardrobe you open and you have organized, say, if I've organized a wardrobe today morning, and you open the wardrobe and one of the shirts is unorganized. Yeah. And you would like to discuss how unorganized are you? And you would go into those kind of discussions inside. Why are people so unorganized? I have put in so much of effort to do every single thing here. And why are people not doing it? Or why is this guy not, or why Rahul is not listening onto this? Why is he not doing it? Let's say, yeah? Okay. So what are we doing? We are not able to focus on, let's say, for example, you opened the wardrobe for picking up the towel. Your focus was to pick up the towel. That's it. So that you can get ready, so that you can go and travel for your work. That's it. That was your focus. But you opened the wardrobe, and while picking up the towel, you saw other three different shirts unorganized. And now you're talking to yourself about how the hell are these shirts unorganized? And why are they unorganized? And why can't you do it? And how many times I have to do it? I have to do every single thing. So you wanted to focus on going to your work, take a shower, use the towel, and get ready. But now, because your intention was to present something, to go and meet something, this was your intention. I'll give this example once again. Just focus on this example with all your depth. So the example was this. I'm going to open the wardrobe. I'll take the towel. I'll get ready, go for my presentation, and achieve something. like this. I open the wardrobe to get the towel, but now am I going here or am I going here? Exactly. I'm going here. And then I go here. Yeah. It's so this is logical levels. This is an example of logical levels. And I love Carmen Bostic to teach us logical levels. The way she has taught us is very inductive. Okay. So it is like you have opened the fridge to pick up an apple as a fruit, but to eat so that you finish your breakfast and go for your work. But you are now focusing on how many apples, how many musambi, what is kept, what is not kept, why is this not clean, why the hell is this happening? Oh, I don't get fruits on time. What is it? I need to have a fruit shake also. I told my girl to have a fruit shake, but she is not having it. I'm not taking care of my, oh man. So you are losing logical level. This is a rule of logical level. You are going in different sets, which is not required. Here like this. Yeah, Sonali. You have to say, you want to say something?
I just wanted to tell one more thing that happened. You asked me to test it after lunch break, right? Are you there? Yeah. What happened was normally when I open my mobile, same thing happens like when you open the fridge. I go here, and everywhere. But here, something else came in front. No,
Used to.
Ridhima's work is important. Yeah, used to. Something came in front, Ridhima's work is important. Something else came, Ridhima's work. WhatsApp came, Ridhima's work. And I finally opened Canva.
Interesting. So you can place me inside your head at Ridhima's work. It's okay. You can do it this way. It's fine, but get your work done.
Yes.
Simple.
Yes.
Okay.
So
all right. Good. Yeah,
it
thank you
was
for
something
sharing.
like, it was like very resourceful. And when you were talking to my unconscious, this was the only thing that came to my mind. That resourceful state I got into, that has to be internalized strongly.
Yeah. What you did is very natural to me. I do this.
Okay.
So I open, and if I observe that I forgot what I want to do, I close my WhatsApp. That's my pattern. I close my phone. I will go back and breathe.
Okay.
And supposing if I have to see something on the Instagram for giving it to my team, I don't go on Instagram. I give it to my team. And if my team has asked some insights and they want it and they want me to do it too for them. So if I have to open and go, and if in case I forgot that, I would stop. I literally stop it. I will keep my phone down. I will breathe and I will focus. Why did I pick up my phone? What was I doing? I would not scroll. I follow this. So I want all of you to follow just this. That's it. It really helps. It increases the productivity because I am a human and I have tested when it does not, when we are not like this. Okay, let's go back to the process, yeah? Inside the process, you notice that I was asking her what. I was asking her how specifically, and I was asking her what specific listing. And what I wanted you to notice when she started giving me some pointers like, oh, you're not good like a daughter and a blah, blah, blah. There was something which was happening. I did not go into the older stories because I want in new code, you all are learning the client's unconscious to have state choices in such a way that the client experiences with you as a coaching session that the client can have these estate choices. That's number one. Number two, you're making it highly clean, okay? You're making it free of content and you're focusing more on states. If you remember, we started with when she started giving us that when I'm working and I get this voice of ye bhi karna hai, ye bhi karna hai, ye bhi karna hai. You remember? And I asked her, when specifically do you get it? Then she told me in the work, and you know what? I also get it while I'm doing this. So then we got to know. Did I go into the story, full story? If I would go into the full story, as per the earlier PLRs and all that, it would be different completely. The old therapies, yeah. I will listen every single thing and there will be a different scenario. Here we are focusing. What are we focusing? Let's focus on that. Here, what are we focusing on? States, calibration. Calibration of voice. In this case, there were two voices which started coming out, but we started with one voice. I'm going to now present you a frame which will work with any one internal dialogue. Okay, all right, learn that first. Let's break this. This was a combination of one internal dialogue, mixing of states, another internal dialogue coming in a different state, and chunking up, chunking down, and forming a team. Okay, this was an example of all this. But here, right now, what I'm going to teach you is I'm going to break this down into steps. I will first teach you how to have a negotiation with one internal dialogue, any of them, which comes in between of anything which you do. Okay? And that internal dialogue could be future oriented, present oriented, past oriented. It could say something in between to you and it is not useful to you. I'll give you a classic example so that your unconscious would remember. And the classic example is like this. I used to get an internal dialogue which used to come in night. This is very interesting. And it used to come around 3 a.m. in the morning. And of course, if a dialogue which will come at 3 a.m. every single day, although you will be surprised, the dialogue 3 a.m. dialogue was a feedback dialogue to me. That you can do it this way also. It was a feedback dialogue. It was a very positive feedback. So previously I used to like it. Wow, great. I'm getting some feedbacks. It's unconscious. And it used to speak. So one more thing to learn in this project of dialogue is how can you imitate your own dialogues. जैसे मैं सोनाली को बार-बार बोल रही थी वैसे ही बोल के दिखाओ, उसी स्टेट में रहो. Okay, you as a coach has to learn this, and you as an individual also need to know कि आपको खुद के डायलॉग समझ में आने चाहिए कि आप उस वाले डायलॉग में जा रहे हो, उस बात को कर रहे हो. तुरंत बाहर निकालना है अपने आप को, तुरंत. उसी टाइम पता लगना चाहिए और उसके लिए सिर्फ प्रैक्टिस ही एक की होता है. So it used to say like this. And I discovered, okay, it's my unconscious voice, comes very slowly, it gives me a positive feedback, comes around 3 o'clock, 3:15. It is so useful, but it started impacting my morning routine. I used to not get up early then. Even if I will get up, I will have dizziness, like sleepy. I want to sleep more, kind of, right? And I'm a morning person, so it doesn't work. After a while, it started hampering me. And I then did a internal dialogue process. So I realized it. I was teaching someone, then I realized, and then I did a process with myself. Very fast it happened. And I realized that this, when I did a chunking question to it, that what is your intention to come? Remember? So the process is this. Repeat the process. Okay. First position, I am sleeping. Hey, you are coming in between when I'm sleeping, and you are making me, you're giving me a good feedback, great, but my sleep is getting hampered. What is your intention? So I ask that. I go and become the dialogue, and I become the dialogue, and oh, my intention is to give you learning feedback. You said that you want to have learning feedback after every webinar you do. So it actually gave me the answer. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. So I turned around and I said, thank you. I hear you that you are here to give me a learning feedback after every webinar. I want you to give me a learning feedback after every webinar, specifically when I am cooking my dinner and I am finished, or when I go for a walk. So then I kind of come down to walking that you give me when I'm walking. So I give a specific time to the feedback. I want you to give me the feedback when I'm walking on the day of the webinar so that I can sleep better. Is that a deal? Do you agree? Okay, yes, I agree. Deal. It could have said, no, I don't agree, and then we can have a different deal. Okay, all right. This is a process which is called intention chunking of the voice. I will write it down in the document right away. I'll open it. Intention chunking of the voice, paraphrasing the intentions, tasking the voice when and where, negotiating it, and coming to an agreement or a deal. Okay, all right. So how it works? It works like the process is called internal dialogue process. One second, I didn't meant to stop it. It just happened. The process is called internal dialogue process. Okay, this process is made by Carmen. So I would suggest that, as a coach, whenever you use it, if in case with your clients, please make sure that you give due credit to Carmen on this process. She really likes that. Okay. Now the process is this is a, how should I put it? This is a dialogue or a conversation between internal dialogue and position. In this case, internal dialogue is interrupting first position. Pour it in something. Thank you. Okay. All right. And it goes like this. The steps are: Step number 1, first position. The frame of first position in this case is specifying what, when, and where. Okay. What, when, and where. Like, example will be, hey, you are coming when I am doing my work specifically. Okay. Then specifying consequences. When you come, this is what happens. Okay. Just thank you, Rachit. Specifying consequences. Let's make it small. Hey, when you come, this is what happens. My focus gets shift. This is this, etc. Okay. Okay, great, done. Okay, then move to internal dialogue chair. You all will do it this way only, please. Okay, internal dialogue chair. While you move to internal dialogue chair, paraphrase, I hear you. Then, okay, I'm sorry. Here itself, ask, what is the intention? I hear you, and you paraphrase everything and give the answer to intention question. Okay. I hear you saying that I'm coming in between and I'm disturbing you. Full stop. My intention to come is this. Okay. First position states means paraphrase. Paraphrases intention, acknowledges it, acknowledges paraphrase intention, and not reframe, task the voice, task the dialogue. Don't use voice, yeah, use dialogue. Task the dialogue. So, for example, thank you so much for your intention. This is good, and I want you to come, not come at this time because it is disturbing. I want you to come. Task the dialogue specifically. Remember this. I want you to come at this time, at this moment, so that da da da. I want you to come at this time and this moment, da da da. That's all, actually. Both move to ID, listens, paraphrases exactly, okay, what it says, and then agrees or disagrees, okay? Listens, it paraphrases, it agrees, it disagrees, and it gives another option if in case, or answers something, whatever it comes in, okay? Then our idea is to make sure that we come back to tasking cleanly and chunking up properly, okay? If it goes here and there, you ask what's your intention to go there. Our job is to come back to tasking. So first position negotiates and presents a new task if required. Otherwise, sometimes it just gets sorted like this, it just gets sorted like this. And internal dialogue comes to an agreement. That's all. It's an agreements frame. Okay, agreement, disagreement is a very long frame to understand. It depends what happens subjectively. But we have an agreement frame. And simply both say high five. Okay. They are moving ahead in the team and they are testing in the future. How is this new arrangement working? It's a new arrangement. It might work for some time. We live in life. It might not work for other time. For some people, this one, for Sonalis, is definitely, it's very clean and clear. It's like sorted, full teamwork and, internal consultant and everything. So any questions in this? Oh, I'm so sorry. You were writing. Do you want some steps to tell me? Want me to tell you something? I'll open it. Does it open? Is the same open? Yes, it opens. Presenting. Now, if you actually observe, the process is simple. Yeah. What's the intention? What's the intention? To serve the same intention, what can be a different way? What can be a different task? And paraphrase every time, negotiate the task clearly, and come to an agreement. The process is simple. And what it needs as a coach and as an individual, all of you, to make it work. Yeah, Vinny, what it needs to make it work. The process is simple. Nupur, what it needs to make it work. Agreement. From an individual point of view or from a coach point of view, I'll close this now. Yeah. From an individual point of view or from a coach point of view, what it needs to make it work.
Maybe clarity of internal dialogue, like one at a time.
Great. I like your answer. Clarity of internal dialogue. कौन से वाले पे काम करना है? कहाँ एग्जैक्टली आता है, कब एग्जैक्टली आता है, कैसे एग्जैक्टली आता है, करता क्या है, उसका क्लियर इंटेंशन क्या है. गुड.
What is kahan?
एंड ये
Kahan aata means where?
means when I'm doing workout nowadays, I'm working on one more thing and I would be happy to tell you this. I have already told you this, right? अभी आज सुबह ही मैंने बताया that I'm working on the speed, right? So in the present moment, if I will keep thinking about अरे अरे नहीं स्पीड नहीं बढ़ाते हैं, कितना सारा प्रॉब्लम हो गया था, 2 महीने बड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो गई थी, मैं भी ह्यूमन हूँ, मैं भी बात करती हूँ भाई, है फिर हे व्हाट चढ़ा, and then shifting states and let's just test and giving it to the unconscious. You go ahead. I'm enjoying. And
It
it
can
happened.
come at multiple places, right?
Different places, है ना? So where is the answer is places. Correct. And what is more important? Clarity. And with clarity, what else is important? The word starts with C.
Chunking down.
उससे पहले Individually सोचो जरा, आप एक you all are individuals. If, okay, I am working with so many people, and the people who are getting into new code now, your training is to move towards the intention which I have. The intention is that if you can coach yourself very well cleanly, and if you can calibrate yourself very cleanly as an individual, you would be a long lasting coach in this field and a great, individual as a person. For me, great has no meaning to money and no meaning to fame. For me, great means I know why this problem exists and I know how to solve this, both. Okay, simple. So what I mean is that as an individual, what is the most important thing to know when you're working on such kind of processes? Now, whether it is unconscious signals or whether it is this internal dialogue process. Clarity and thank you for telling me that I need to make you all work more. Thank you. Seriously. I'm glad that you're not answering. And I'm learning that I have not made you learn. What is important? The most important part.
Calibrate.
Clean positions
Calibrate.
by checking
Good. Very good. Congratulations. Clean positions. Yes. And how would you know that the positions are clean? Fayaz? Good. How would you know the positions are clean?
calibrations.
Calibration. Right now, I have a cup of tea. Now, the cup of tea was this much, but I have taken 4 sips and I still have this, no, this much left, and I'm not willing to take. I have a calibration that I don't want to take. And during the day, I do this multiple times. I will have a full roti or chawal in my plate given by someone, if in case, sometimes, not all the times. Yeah. So I decide, or even if I have taken, a full paratha, or I have taken a bowl of fruits, and if I have it with me, I would leave in case my unconscious signals have said no. I would not eat. I take around 8 almonds or 10 almonds every morning, but I don't take, if my signals say just take 6, like if I'm eating and then I'm observing, I don't want. So I would not take a number, how many I've left. I'm not trying to tell you this, but I would not. That's calibration. I'm walking and I observe that I'm shifting to thinking about pain in my body. I don't even shake off, but I observe and I shift. I am not going there. I am not going there means I'm not going there, period, for my life. You understand? Okay. All right. Calibration is the mother of all skills. And it does not move without it. So your calibrations with your signals, your spontaneous occurring signals, your unconscious involuntary signals, and your dialogues. You remember the second class and third class, I kept asking you, are you calibrating? Are you calibrating? Are you calibrating? What's happening? What's happening? You're not reporting. Are you calibrating? What's happening? Now start getting into it, okay? Okay? It's important. It's serious. And you would not be able to leverage new course if you are not choosing to calibrate. I'm telling you with a complex equivalence from my experience. You would not be able to leverage the deeper work if you're not focusing on calibration, and if you will start focusing on interpretations. So start focusing on descriptions, challenging chunking up and down, and unconscious signals with games as your state installers. Okay, I'll repeat. Start focusing on descriptions, unconscious signals, your internal dialogues, chunk up, chunk down, intentions, chunk up, chunk down intentions के सामने लिखो what and how, what and how, what and how. Your job is to focus on what and how. And state installers, which is your games. This will help you create a deeper team and leverage this course, okay? I just want to tell you one last thing. I have people whom I have met from very, Reiki masters. Personally, I have met them. I've met pranic healers having experience of 15 years. I have my own friend. I have met very good friend of mine is PCC himself. Okay. And I have met people who are practicing meditation from years. And all of them have said this, the experience which this thing gives is different. It's sorts thing. Okay. And it is very different. So take it very, very seriously. Okay. Make a note of these things. Coming back to the steps which I have given you, go through the steps, okay, of the internal dialogue process right now. Do you think that you can pick up one of the internal dialogues and can do some self-work on it when you come next Sunday? Is it a task which you can perform by yourself also? You can give a try. Not a bad deal. Because on Friday, when you come back for practice, I want you to practice Breath of Life. And I will like you to practice a verbal, sorry, not verbal package only. I would like you to practice internal dialogue process in front of me the next Sunday. Until then, you have a practice of calibration, continuous, right? Internal dialogue, and chunking up to yourself and chunking down to yourself. What specific, how specific, what specific, how specific. Okay, so note it down that you are going to do your own self practice of picking up one internal dialogue and running through your own self, this process. Check. I don't know how it comes out. Yeah, let's leverage it. Friday is Breath of Life. Sunday, I would like to hear your calibrations, dialogues, breath. एक प्रॉब्लम था, मैंने अपने आप को खुद ही शिफ्ट किया, मैंने कैलिब्रेट किया कि मेरी स्किन वार्म हो रही है, मैंने चेंजेस किया, एक्सेट्रा. या just go and calibrate, shift your states, use installers. Check. मैंने unconscious signal frame किया. I asked unconscious, take the responsibility and access the state, which I have modeled in the classes with Ridhima. I don't know. Do it before you go to your work, before you perform anything, before you sit on your workplace. Fayaz, yeah? You can ask unconscious, pick up the models with whom I have seen when I exercise, right? So you have an intention to exercise, all right? Okay. So next week, we want to meet two intentions. One is this framing, which I'm using. Unconscious, do this and do that. So I want you to learn this framing. How do you frame this? Okay. And a practice of verbal package. Then we will see if we will have time. I still have 2 more things which I want to do next week. Okay. If we will have time. But we want you to learn it deeply. That's the importance. So if anyone can tell me what would be your focus in this week?
One is calibrate. And when you calibrate, if you notice any unresourceful state, shift states. And second is take up one internal dialogue and use this particular frame on that. And for me, one extra, we spoke about using the alphabet game.
Yeah, that's nice. Thank you, Nupur. That's nice. Thank you for remembering one extra. A Cadbury on it. Good one. Okay, Saurav, what are yours?
Yeah, I will be working particularly on this any one internal dialogue and how I shift my state, and calibration will be my day-to-day. I will be very particular about it, along with the reframing of state. Right. So these three I will be very conscious,
Okay.
and I will be practicing. Yeah.
Very nice. You mean not reframing of the states, actually, you mean state erasers and state installers.
Yeah, means,
Reframing of language happens. Yeah.
yeah, means the next week, from Monday to next week, I would like myself to be in a very high state. I will be working, particularly will be noticing about my feelings, my thought process, everything. I will note it down. I'll see how I'm calibrate myself. I'll take one instance for internal dialogue, which you have explained, try to execute in the same process. The last thing which I was telling is calibration and internal. internal dialogue.
Nice. So remember, when you are saying calibration, when you are saying that I will write down my feelings and thoughts, okay. While you are writing the feeling and thought about the situation, you are calibrating how is that happening in the body? How of it? Okay, I want you, sort of as a coach, I want you to focus on how as happening in the body. If I am not happy about it, if I'm tensed about it, if I'm overwhelmed about, how is it happening now?
How my body is behaving, how my breath is, aligning with that thing, right? Is it what?
Yes, yes, yes. How is my rate of speech? How is my tensions? How
Yeah,
is my hands
got it.
and my breathing? Once you have that, I know that you know that it is about erasing that state. That's called state eraser. Erasing that state. I know you know it now. That state eraser, and you installing using any of the Breath of Life alphabet, installing a newer state.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. Nice. Good. Yeah. So that you have the high and high states. Interesting. All the best. Look forward.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yes, Fayaz, anything to add there?
I just want to ask, this process is for internal dialogue. Will there be processes in new code for some kinesthetic sensations or some visual?
Okay. All right. What kinesthetics? What kinesthetic specifically are you looking for?
No, in general, I'm asking, like, sometimes we get some kinesthetic sensations or some visuals. Like in classic code, we use meta models or data visuals.
Okay, so I will
statement.
answer your question. Wait, Fayaz. I will answer your question. I have no problem in answering your question. Your question is good question. Before that, I want you to answer my question. My question is that what would you like to practice in the week?
So, it's related to a new code.
I just spoke that in this week we are supposed to practice.
Okay, yeah.
So
So,
I just want you to focus on this week. Okay, I want you to focus on the task which is given. I want you to focus on things which you have already learned, because we already have resources and we are utilizing those resources first. Okay?
yes.
Yeah. So would you like to tell
Okay.
me then?
Yes. Actually, I have set an intention 3 days back that after that watching the lecture again, NLP Hub. So, but I didn't get. I was busy in the last 2 days, and today was whole day of the class. Then after that, I'm that setting the responsibility frame and that productivity, this anchoring that focus. And after that, what this internal dialogue, I want to try this internal dialogue process on one thing. That one internal dialogue is coming. I want to launch a class, personal finance class, but whenever I means it is in the finalizing state, but whenever I try to finalize it, then one internal dialogue is coming. So I want to work on that.
Okay, that's good. Okay. All right. And what is the intention of going to productivity and responsibility? Is there a specific task which is already aligned and you want to do it?
Okay, why for work is for work during work I want to that anchor that state.
Okay. So I want you to do this. I want you first to identify what happens What happens when you are thinking about work? And I want you to practice to get up, shake it off, and come into a very deep breathing with breath of life by yourself. Then start that recording. Okay? All right, then you do what you do. So your job is that whenever you see those things also, whenever you see the recording, your job is to first come into the state of seeing that, state of hearing that fully. Okay? All right? Yeah? Yeah. So I want you to focus on what is already here with the resources. And I want you to access states multiple times. Get up, shake off, and use the tool. Okay?
Yeah, means I am means noticing when my states are falling most of the time. And while riding bike on day before yesterday, I was riding a bike and my state was falling. So means automatically my left hand start doing this breath of life. So I'm getting
Okay.
notice my unconscious.
And you started, did you have a shift when you had that? Did you have a shift then?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Wow. Wow. Do it more then. Take it higher, Fayaz. Take it higher. Keep doing this. You are doing what you're doing. Keep doing this more. Okay? Notice, shift, notice, shift, notice, shift. That's all I did. And now the shift happens by itself. I am not doing anything. Notice, shift, notice, shift, notice, shift. No dialogues, no content. Notice, shift. That's all. Okay? Good.
Thank you.
All right. And I'll just hear it last from Vinny. What would you focus on, Vinny?
For me, I would focus on calibration and then internal dialogue process. And yes, of course, alphabet game is there.
Okay. All right. Great. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want you all to utilize these states for yourself, and I will meet you now on Sunday morning. And I really hope that all of you would be there on the Friday evening. And Winnie, shout out for people to practice on Saturday morning. There would be people because Saturday is a day where people are available at times. Yeah, please do that shout out. Fayaz can be available. It can be a very good teamwork. Okay. Practice, practice, practice. And if you have more time, practice more and keep practicing. Yeah. Thank you. Ciao. Bye bye. See you. Have a lovely
Thank you so much.
Sunday.